Evening all. How are we all doing? Ooh, that's incredibly bright. Let me just change tabs. There we go. Too much bright. Can you all hear me? Sorry, just sorting the mic out a sec. Stay. There we go. Good. So yeah, we've been at the Sci-Fi Weekender in Great Yarmouth for the past couple of days, and it was really nice actually. We met some lovely people. We were a little bit out of the way, so we didn't get the footfall that we were hoping for. Most of the main stalls and the main events were in a completely different building to where we were. We were in a retro gaming room, and sort of stuck in the corner, so a little bit out of the way, but we still got to meet some good people. And yeah, it was fun showing the game off, and I did some live development. In fact, I spent 2 days doing live development, which was cool. And we'll be doing the same at PitCon actually. So whilst we've got the 2 laptops there for people to try the game out, I'll also have a screen at the back where I'm doing live dev work, so people can just kind of sit there and watch me dev, much like you do on the stream, I guess. Do you want me to shout, Max? But yeah, we rather than spending the extra night and leaving in the morning, we thought it'd be better just to just leave in the evening and get home when the roads were empty. Because it's well, it took us about 8.5 hours to drive there, and it took us about 5 hours to drive back. So it's quite a difference. And it's nice just to be able to hit cruise control on the car and just steer sleepily all the way home, rather than having to stop start because of all the traffic. And it means you get an extra stream, which was unexpected, so that's all good. Yeah, I was hoping to actually live stream at the convention, but to begin with, they didn't even give us any power, so we had to sort that out ourselves. And then their Wi-Fi wouldn't even connect. Even their expensive Wi-Fi that you have to pay for wouldn't connect either. So in the end, we just got a 4G router and used that with my SIM card. So its connectivity wasn't great, so we wouldn't have been able to live stream, sadly. It's okay, Yoni Nani. I got Claire to keep me awake by asking me lots of questions about the game. So why don't we take a look at what I actually got done at the convention? Because to be honest, I got a lot done. Where's little me? There I am. So this is E-Deck. So you can see we've now got some panels appearing on E-Deck, including some gaps for where the doors will be. So I still need to make the door panels there. The D-Deck interior is basically the same. They're just a carbon copy of each other, including the doors in the same place. I completely screwed up this panel. I don't know how I managed it, but it doesn't line up at all. It's completely the wrong shape. So I need to go and redo this one. I think my template might be off in this location, which is weird, but yeah, so I messed that up, so I need to go and do that one again. Fortunately, it will just automatically update when I update the mesh. So I did all that on C-Deck. We have a whole bunch more done on C-Deck. In fact, if I turn on there's the D-Deck sheet metal and the C-Deck framework, just so you can see the rooms. So I've gone ahead and just popped some really super temporary shelving into these storage rooms, just to get an idea for scale and just how big the rooms actually are. So there are 8 of those. obviously one for each of these labs. So this is the lab space, this is the storage space on the other side. There will be a door through, and I also like the idea of having, certainly in some labs, multiple storage rooms depending on the type of thing being stored, like whether it's dangerous or not, that sort of thing. But we should have pretty much every panel done around C deck, other than the wall screen that needs to go there. Might end up doing that tonight. I thought there was another panel I'd missed somewhere, perhaps not. No, I think that was all of them actually. Yeah, so C deck paneling is practically done. And then in order to stop people from sort of exploring into the bits that aren't done, we've just put barrier tape up, and you'll see that's in a few locations. Basically, anywhere where the internal paneling ends and the non-paneled sections begin, I've just put barrier tape there. And it's not a physical barrier, so it won't stop you walking through it. It's just a visual thing to say, you know, don't go beyond this point because it will look crap. So I did that. Yeah, they do look a bit like bunk beds, don't they? Yes, Ethan. That was the other one. So, where is it? I think it was the straight one. Yeah, so on the straight section, we do have just a bulkhead door to go in there. That's going to be a nice and easy one because it's straight. Same with the floor piece as well. That will need doing for it. And it's different from this one. So I did debate making these panels the same scale across the board, which would mean if you look at these ones, the segment that contains the bulkhead is the same size as the segment that contains the window or the door, for the reason that if I want to move the bulkhead I can, if I want to move the windows and doors around I can, because it's all the same scale, it's all the same size, and it's all interchangeable. That's not true here, because we have a very skinny panel where the bulkhead goes, and that was related to the fact that we've got, you know, the open section here with the planter, so that all needs kind of moulding round properly. I could, to be honest, just take this little wall out further and make all of these segments the same size, but even then I don't think I've got enough spare room kind of on the straight bits here to widen that enough for it to be the same size as these panels. So it'll do as it is for now. But that does mean that even though these panels are interchangeable with those ones, these ones are not. So I'll just make some more panels. It's not the end of the world. What else did I do? Yes, and the other thing I did, because I was a busy bee, I have started laying out the crew quarters kind of semi-properly. So again, this is just roughing it out, and we've got barrier tape here as well, again just saying to people, you know, if you go beyond this point it's going to look weird because it's not finished. However, we have started roughing in all of the crew quarters. So each crew quarters at the moment contains 3 rooms. You have the living space here, which will be like a loungy bit and a kitchen bit, just kind of all joined into one. A bedroom section here and a bathroom section here. Immediately the bedroom's too narrow and the bathroom's too big, so we can bring these walls in a little bit to sort that out. But I think rather than going with the using the world geometry as it stands to form the shape of the rooms, which is where I was going with it. So you can see that when I start mapping the rooms out, I start with just these concentric rings, and then I just cut those up to form rooms like this. which is a really nice, easy way of doing it. But it does give you situations where the rooms aren't laid out in the most ideal way. So I was thinking instead what we could do, if we get one of the equally sized ones and grab our snipping tool. So there's our crew quarters. So I was thinking make that a bit smaller. So that's the segment that goes around there. So that's basically the footprint we've got to play with. And one of the issues we have with the entranceway, if we look, probably easier to see on here actually, if we turn on the floor guide there. Which one's that? Hang on, losing my templates. Yeah, there. So for these particular crew quarters here, it works out nicely because the location of the segments is like practically in the middle of the room. Brilliant. And the same here, practically, even though I've had to put the door in a non-ideal position because it's right next to the wall screen, it's still, you know, in the middle of the room, which works out all right. When you come to some of the inner rooms, like these ones, the only practical location to put the door really is off to one side here, which does place it right on the stairwell practically, which I'm not keen on. I'd much rather move the door away from the stairwell a bit, but if we do that, the only other place it could go is on this side, which means you've then got two doors right next to each other and then just blank space either side. So in an ideal world, I want to put the doors there and there so that they're decently spaced apart and yet not directly in the stairwell. And then you have other situations with some of the other doors where like here, the door is off center because, you know, that's where the segment is. So it would make life easier if we, instead of splitting the room into two exact equal halves, which does give us this little bit of a layout issue, instead what we can do is, if we take this section as completely open, go with an open floor plan, then we could do something like having the bedroom like here instead. So you'd have, say, the bed there, and then maybe on the other side as well we could have something where, you know, you've got like a shower unit there, you know, toilet, sink, that sort of thing, and then have the doors at a diagonal, which means that it doesn't matter where along this line you put the door, because you're entering into a much bigger living space. And then we could have something like, you know, we could have like, you know, kitchen units on this side with some things on them, and then on the opposing side we could just have, you know, a sofa, TV screen on there maybe. So we could lay the room out in a lot more of an open and useful way, and that frees us up for door positioning, so it doesn't look quite so weird. So I think when we do the rooms properly, that's how we'll do it. We will do away with the I guess the symmetrical design we've got here, which will make Claire happy because she hates how I make everything symmetrical. So we'll just do it like that. Thank you, Delta. So for the demo update, I'm just going to leave it as it is. Obviously, we have beds in there now. Again, they're just like the basic modeling of a bed you could possibly achieve, but still there are beds in there, just so we can sort of do a bit of a head count and just, you know, see how many beds we've got and that sort of thing. But yeah, so we know the footprint of each crew quarters now. That's kind of been set in stone. What will remain in flux is the interior layout of the crew quarters. And I'm going to try and make them as modular as possible. For the most part, we should be certainly within a given ring, other than the two end pieces which have a straight edge and a slightly different shape. The rest of them should be copy pastable. So that means we're going to have to make one mesh for there, two meshes for here because you've got a middle one and a side one, a further two for here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9, 10, 11. So in order to do all of the crew quarters, that's going to be 11 different layouts. But within those 11 different layouts, we'll also have a lot of shared geometry that we can copy paste around. So it shouldn't be too bad. So for 200 crew quarters, we need 11 meshes. I'll attempt it, Delta. I mean, the floors are pretty quick and easy to do, so probably yes. I don't think I'll have time to do all wall paneling, but I can certainly get the floors done. Can you not? I mean, we won't be putting the demo out unless both tutorials are fully completable. I wasn't aware of F&G deck not working or being not traversable. So if it's not, then yes, that will definitely be fixed for the demo. We have a list of things which need doing. What else? Yeah, so also from a layout perspective, so you might notice that the layout is a lot cleaner now compared to how it was before. And if I bring up eDeck as well, you'll see that in some places we now have double height sections. We're going to be missing some top bits for now because I've had to lower the walls. But sections like this, which will be double height in the final game, are now double height on the grey boxing. We've also got the engineering control, the shuttle control room is kind of in roughly. The stairs have been moved forward a little bit just so they line up better. The layout of this area here was kind of messed up previously. So now if we turn off the layer there, you can see that these two levels are now identical with their layouts, which means, you know, sections like this where you've got the bowling alley, you know, has its proper ceiling height, and the weapons rooms, you know, have the gantry around them. They will eventually have. What else? That bit was already cut out. Gym area still needs some grey boxing doing. But yeah, so the layout is kind of slowly coming together. I'm not going to do a great deal of work on the grey boxing now before the demo release, but I think it's at least, if anyone chooses to come exploring out in these areas, I think I've filled in all the holes and fixed all the gaps, and you should be able to at least walk around now. So yeah, exactly, for instance. Oh yeah, Don, I was looking at that myself earlier. What the problem seems to be is that the game, the floor panels will register themselves. If they are on BDEC, they will register that they are there and ready to be cleaned, which means that the Roomba is trying to path down to them. I try to make sure that none of them are on BDEC, which they shouldn't be. I've done the C, D, and E. Let's just check the other decks a minute. F deck interior walls. Yeah, so if we just type in floor and get rid of the ones that aren't actually floor panels. So yeah, that's down as having multiple values. So if we just clear that off, and none of the panels on this deck should be grunging over time, which means they won't get dirty. So that should be all of those done. And the same with G deck as well. G deck interior walls. So again, none of this lot should be grunging up. Best check A deck as well, just in case. I don't think we have any set flooring panels on A deck. Are you part of that mesh? Oh yeah, you're one, and so are you. So yeah, they're both set correctly. As are they. So it should be the case that all the flooring on B deck is set to B deck and is set to grunge over time. So the way it should work is, funnily enough, here's one I have already. We check the state of the floor every half a second, which is the cleaning action. And then once the galaxy's generated, the game's ready to go, basically. So we initiate the Roomba, and what it does is it clears its target, it checks the list of floor panels that we've registered, so these should only be the ones on B deck, and then it checks the grunge level of those floor panels. If it finds one that has a grunge level greater than 0.3, then it will path to that floor panel and clean it, and then by the time it's driven over it, it's already clean, and then it will path to a new one. So it will just start again, basically loop through the floor panels until it finds one that's dirty. Thank you, Festus. We're basically just tidying stuff up, Xenavant, getting ready for the demo release. There's a few missing panels here and there. I think the biggest thing we need to fix is some of the stairs and engineering, but everything else should be generally good to go. Let's just give this one a quick test a minute. Multiplayer shouldn't speed up grime. So right now the tiles will grime over time naturally, which is just there for testing purposes. They actually get dirtier when a player or an NPC steps on them. So every time you step on a floor tile, it adds like 0.01 to the grime level. So if you run across the same floor tile back and forth, it will get dirtier and dirtier the more you do it. So we should have it so high traffic areas of the ship are always getting dirtier. Right, so he's off that way. Yeah, so that does include NPCs as well. So, like, if I skip back and forth between these two floor tiles, ones are now dirtier. So you can see that the border between these two tiles, that one is now dirtier, and as the Roomba drives over it, you'll see that it'll get cleaner. So he's done his job. And you can see these panels here are now dirtier than these ones because he hasn't got to them yet. Thank you, Cowboy. I can neither confirm nor deny 3D Addict. You can still ride in there. Back. Ah. What is the point of the game? That's a really, really big question. So, generally speaking, the point of the game is to explore the galaxy, find new intelligent worlds, or intelligently inhabited worlds, find Earth-like worlds which are suitable for colonization, and generally perform science. So it is essentially, that's the mission of the ship, and you as an individual are a crew member aboard that ship, occupying whatever role you choose to occupy. So you could be an engineer working in engineering, you could be a captain on the bridge, you could be a science officer just doing science, or you could just be a cleaner going around cleaning stuff. It's we want to make it as open-ended as possible. That's a very, very simple explanation of the game, but you know, that's the general gist of it. You live and you work on a starship whilst exploring the Milky Way galaxy. I'm calling in RM84, by the way. So RM-84, if you kind of like sound it out, is basically Roomba. Yeah, he will do. So, because it's checking an array for the first panel in the array that has a grime level higher than 0.3, he'll always be beelining for what should be one of the dirtier panels. So this ring is fairly clean. Now these panels here are starting to get dirty because when it's checking the array, it's always finding a dirtier panel than these ones. Or rather, it's finding a panel with the required grime level before it gets to the entry in the array where this panel exists. So what would be a better solution in the future is to make sure that it loops through the array, records the grime level of all the panels in the array, and then picks the one that's dirtiest, and always beelines to the dirtiest panel. Which is, you know, easy enough to do. Right now it's a little bit random, but he is pathing two panels rather than just pathing around randomly. Yeah, or sort the array. I think it's an array of structs. I can't remember now. Oh yeah, there's many ways of doing it. Right, yeah. So the array is basically just an array of floor panels. So what we would have to do is probably make a map. maybe with the index and the grunge level. I always like these programming challenges. Yeah, it is like super high priority. Well, each of the Roombas will have an actual patrol zone eventually when we actually build the system properly. So they'll have their own patch that they cover. But within that patch, we want them to always head for the dirtiest panel. Yeah, potentially. Well, B deck will probably have 2, I would have thought, wandering around. You know, when you're looking at the other decks, so you know, a deck like this, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 per segment. Maybe 4 for the front, 4 for the back, and then 2 for each side. That should be sufficient. I mean, the panels are getting dirtier quicker than they will in the full game, because it's just there for testing. So we'll balance that out and add as many that are needed. It does, yeah. So what I could do, because we've got the array from game state where we're storing the panels. So what I could do is I could do something like a for each on that array, and then we can just do our grunge level. So we're grabbing the grunge level, and then what we can do is we could make another array with an array of maps. So we want let's go to targets. I'll make that an array of integers. And make that a map with a float. So for each of these, we have to make a map. I hate working with maps. I rarely work with them, so I always forget what I'm doing. Basically, that's the idea. So, I mean, we could use a struct. I generally just use structs because they're easier to work with. But for the map, we need to add the key, and then the value would be the grunge. Turn that into a map array. Yeah, so that's what we do. So then we'd get that, and then we would add like that. It's more like it. Yeah, so we go through the route. We loop through the array, get our grunge level, add them all to the map, and then I think we can probably get maps. Again, I'm not really familiar with what functions we have access to with maps. To be honest, not a lot. Because what we could do sorts. Yeah, we could do that. So we could do something like grunge. So then we can sort an array of structs that contain grunge as a member name. Sort the array. That gives us our dirtiest floor tile, and that's always the one that will get hit first. Or we to be honest, we don't even need to do this at that point, because we sort it, we find the dirtiest panel, and then just send the Roomba straight there. So we can definitely do that. Yes, they'll definitely be craftable. Anything in the game will eventually be 3D printable. Clear the array, loop through the panels, grab the grunge level, add them to the array there. Always doing that. Okay, sort the what's it. Get the first item in the array. Break the details. Oh yeah, we can plug that straight in there, can't we? Actually, no, give it a meter, just in case it gets lost. Alright, there we go, done. That should work. Stick that there just to make it cleaner. Yeah, there's nothing fun or practical about self-cleaning carpets. LV426 is actually in the game already. I can't remember which star system it is, but it is in the game. Oh, sad Roomba. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Oh, I'm sure it will. We definitely need some stem bolts on there. I think there's definitely no harm in, you know, adding some references to things in popular culture. Most people are cool with it, although with Star Trek we have to be a little bit careful. We are steering well clear of IP infringement. Is there not? I'm sure LV426 was a real planet, real star system. Well, is it the planet that's not real, or the star? Because I thought it was a real star with a fictional planet around it. Although I could of course be very wrong. Yeah, there you go, that worked. Thank you, Don. Yeah, Wolf 359's real. Right, so if I dirty up these two panels here by trudging all over them, then we should hit the priority on that. Thanks, Jamo. Yeah, I'm a particular fan of that myself, actually. Right, where'd he go? Oh, there he comes. So he should be prioritizing these two panels. Hurrah! Right then, so if I grunge up these two, the same should happen. Sorry if this is making anyone sick. So we should have two nicely muddy panels here. So as soon as he's reached whatever target he was going for, he should be going to exactly those two tiles there. Oh yeah, looking good. Perfect. I did consider it, Delta, and yes, not impossible. The issue is the data structure, and I would have to spawn it probably as a planet in order to make that work. Hey Black, thank you. I'm on a 4090. Okay, well, I'll delete that because the priority system worked perfectly fine. So in the future, once we have an actual kind of base station for the Roombas, what it'll do the array sort as we're doing it now, but it'll also check the maximum from the array, and if none of the tiles meet a maximum value, then the Roomba will go back to its base station and basically wait there until a tile reaches a value required for it to go out and clean it. Yeah, I don't see why not, Don. I mean, no different than any NPC, really. We'll give it highlight colours and that sort of thing. Yeah, any memorials we add in the game will be for first and foremost, scientists that pushed humanity forward in some way. Right, I'm going to close that and stop playing with it, because otherwise we'll have an entire Roomba AI system built by the end of the evening, and that's not what we're doing today. We could just go ahead and stick some basic floors in here, to be honest. Get that done. Nice and simple. In fact, if we go deck by deck, top to bottom, and we can have a look at what we're missing and where. So to create the floor pieces for here, in fact, I will do it probably as one static mesh rather than part of the flooring system, just to make it even quicker and easier. So obviously we've already got that floor panel there, so just copy that for a moment. So that's our central floor area, and then we want an overhang of how much? So this one's overhanging by 4.5, that should make sense, yeah, 4.5. So each of these needs to be 4.5 centimeters bigger than the hole that it's sat in. Group them up, get rid of that. That is 22.5 away from there. So let's just extend this bit out a little bit. 22.5. That is not far enough. Okay. So if we make that one group, make that another group, that one another group, that one another group, then need that in there. Oops, no, 5.5. So here, 5.5. Join that up. Stick that over there. And the same on this side. 5.5. Let me do a perpendicular edge to that. Nope. Do it manually. 5.5 all the way through there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And that. And then just do the same here. weird. What's not lining up there? Yeah, just SketchUp being SketchUp. Okay, one more. I checked that out, Don, thank you. There's going to be weird bits all over the place, to be fair. Well, we'll just get them as best we can. Obviously, time is very much run out for this update, and we just need to get it out the door as expediently as possible, but also in as high a quality as possible. So there's definitely a balancing act there between quality and speed. That should be those ones, and then I'll leave that one as is because it's a door frame there. If memory serves, I think that was a gap of 30, or was it longer than that? 35. Okay, so for each of these then we need 35. You're not wrong there, Raphael, and there are quite a few things I've had to have done twice because I messed it up the first time. But we're also doing this iteratively as well, so a lot of our designs are iterative and do evolve. Normally I would line that up better, but this is literally just a very, very quick butchering of some floors, literally just to get them in there. I shan't even bother doing the bolts or anything. One done. Yeah, so I'm just doing the stateroom flooring very, very quickly. I'm not spending any time over it. This is just to just give it a floor, basically. Because right now it doesn't actually have one to speak of. Next, and I will export this as one solid object rather than being separate floor panels, so it won't have any of the floor panel code associated with it. It's literally just going to be a static mesh. Again, you know, for the sake of brevity. Hopefully we don't get any weird mesh issues that I have to sort out as part of it though. Like that, so I'll just go ahead and smooth it and forget about any issues it might have for now. Obviously, when we do the final flooring in here, a lot of the floor design is going to wrap around things like there'll be a desk here and the flooring will wrap around it nicely. But for the sake of just getting a floor in there, we'll just square it off, make it neat, and call it a day. I'll get Claire to put some temporary lights in these rooms as well, actually, so at least they've got a bit of illumination to them, so they're not requiring a torch to get into. Thanks, Delta. Yeah, I guess that's it. I mean, we're not doing this, to make money and be millionaires or anything like that. We're doing it because we want to do it. It's, this isn't a commercial endeavor in any way. I mean, obviously we want to make money and we want it to be successful. We don't hate money, but that's not the motivation behind doing this. That's not why we started it. We're doing it because we love creating and we love space sims, and it's the game that I've always wanted to play, and there's never been a game which kind of scratches that itch of just having your own starship and your own crew and being able to just go out and explore the whole galaxy completely, on your time, with no barriers or borders. Just pick a direction and go. Oh, I knew one would mess me up. Fixed. Look, that one's got a problem too. Basically, Raphael, yeah, that sums it up perfectly. It's like, if no one else is going to do it, or take the commercial risk in what a game like this ultimately represents, then like, okay, fine, I'll do it then. Do it myself. Because ultimately, for a studio, this is a commercial risk. It's a very niche game with a very limited market, which is why no one's done it before. But we're not interested in commercialism. We just want to make a cool game. All right, that should be everything we need. Yeah. I'll stick this in the test folder because it's It's not actually finished geometry, so let's B deck VIP floor. So I'm going to add box collision on that, but I'm going to have to rotate the axes so we don't get this crazy shaped mesh, because that's going to overflow and intersect with the stairwell otherwise. So we kind of need it to be like there. Okay, which means we need to get in here. So if we... No, actually. So we need the origin point to be in the same place. Or do we? No, we do. So if we take, I don't know, let's go from the middle. Okay, and we draw down from the world origin, from there to there. Okay. Okay, then we rotate that 90 degrees. Right, that should be that set. That's going to be awkward, just for awkward's sake. Let's move this over here a minute. Explode, group, explode, group, explode, group. That's just aligning the axes basically. Explode, group. Better. Let's square that off perfectly. So hopefully that will stay where it is and we'll just get better collisions. So re-import the mesh, remove that collision, add that back. Oh, it's still doing it. Just to be a pain. Okay. Actually, I can calculate this, can't I? Angle from there to there is 150. So if we make that 150, okay, and then the world location of that is 1012.768. By 1754166. Okay. And then we just need to just squidge it in a little bit there and a little bit there. And I think that'll do. Right. GIF location. So it would help if I put it on the right level. Okay, so we want one there, one at 90 degrees, and one at 180 degrees. Okay, and then we want a duplicate that of -1. -1. Yeah, that was right. There and there. Okay, and we'll just give it some materials. Okay, there we go. We have some small idea of what the flooring is going to look like. Do I have snaps on those, I wonder? Oh, I do. is that snapping over there? It should go that way like that, but not snap to there. Weird. So that's right. So yeah, that's what I get. So that one and that one both need to be -1. And they need to go to there. Okay, and then those two both need to go the same. Those two need to definitely be -1. Snap that side. Right, okay. No, it makes sense. I hate dealing with negative values. Right, wall panel, yes. Wall panel, no. Right, okay, so that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Snap them there, and then -1. Okay, that works. And same over here. Snap it there, -1. So yes and yes, yes and yes, yes and yes. Okay. Should do us. So that's all the geometry that's been made so far for the VIP quarters in place on each of the VIP quarters. Save that before anything terrible happens. Hey, binary. The ceiling is currently turned off because it's easier to work on the levels without the ceiling in the way. Ultimately, Peter, yes. In in an environment like this where you've got where we will have multiple developers working on assets, they'll all need signing off, and changes to those assets will need signing off. You can't have developers just arbitrarily changing stuff without some kind of approval process. Okay, so that's that done. So yeah, so with B-Deck, I'm not going to do more to the VIP quarters than what we have here. They'll just be as is for now. We need to do... There are a couple of ceiling bits that need sorting here. There's like silly things like this where I just need to reduce the height of that, but that's straight, so it's easily to drag down. Yeah, and then some ceiling bits around here. I might not get round to doing those ceiling bits, but we'll see. This green, by the way, that's the navigation mesh. So this is everywhere that NPCs can go currently. It's kind of cool with the nav mesh on. So turn that off. Yeah, so when it comes to the update video, as Claire says, once this demo goes live and we've got, a really detailed list of changes and updates that we've made, then I will put out a video just going over those in detail. And I think that's particularly necessary for this update because visually not a lot has changed since the demo that we had a year ago. But on the back end, like practically everything has changed, certainly with the Galaxy side of things. So it'll be good to go over that in a video and explain exactly what we've done and why, and just how much stuff we've added behind the scenes. Okay, so yeah, when you're doing like diff management on 3D meshes, generally speaking, you're relying on just human communication. So modeler A will say that they've updated asset B, and just that will just be inspected visually. A lot of the time, if it's simple changes, then it will just go through. You don't need to inspect everything, just major changes. Yeah, when we use Git to do branch updates and things, obviously, if a mesh has been updated in any way, it will flag on Git, that a change has been made. So there is an audit trail to show who changed what. Obviously, Git doesn't say exactly what was changed, only that a mesh was changed in some way. So you can always use that to trigger, the inspection process if need be. So you can use the Git logs to say, right, we've got 18 meshes here, and all 18 of these meshes have had some kind of a change. So that just needs to be inspected, depending on the size of the change. Now the nav mesh is generated automatically. You literally just generate the mesh, and what it does is it looks at it, what's a better way to explain it? Basically, you have a nav agent. It has a step height it can do, it has a width, it has a height, so like from this capsule where it's going to fit. So if you have things like gaps under stairs, or indeed step height, you tell the nav agent whether or not it can walk up these stairs. If it can't, then when it comes to generate the nav mesh, that would not be navigable. The same with like low clearances. So if the height of the nav agent is higher than the clearance, then it would not draw a nav mesh underneath that, because obviously it can't fit through. So you need different nav agents for different sizes of pawn within the game. So like the chicken, for example, has a very, very short nav mesh, so it could potentially walk under tables where a human could not, because it has a much taller nav agent. But Unreal just does that, it just, you know, calculates it for you. Yes, Peter, so everything within the engine is in Git. It uses large files to store them. Exciting, Anasi. I mean, I've managed teams before in the past. I used to manage network maintenance for an ISP when I had a team when I did that. It's just what you do, really. You just get on with it. Yes, it also works with blueprints. There is actually Git functionality built into Unreal, and you can actually set it up. Like here, you've got revision control, so you can view changes on a blueprint level, and it will show you what has changed between blueprints. So it does have that level of granularity. I'm not using that because, to be perfectly honest, it's never worked for me. And even if it has worked, it will stop working fairly swiftly. So I just rely on binary changes. So, you know, when a blueprint has been edited, obviously that's just a binary file as far as Git's concerned. And Git can see, you know, obviously there has been a revision to that file. And when it does the comparison tool, it just says, right, this file's different from this file. What do you want to do? You know, and generally speaking, we'll just pick whichever is the newer of those two files. Yeah, and you know, the bigger the team and the more people you have, the more that becomes more important. And you know, managing branches and managing the merging of branches and making sure that, you know, you don't have like now, for example. So Claire's itching. I'm sure she's like chomping at the bit to get in here and update all these panels. Why are these two mirrored? They shouldn't be mirrored. There we go, fixed. Yeah, so she wants to come in here and update all of the labels on these panels. Now the problem is, because I'm still working on this deck, she can't make any changes to this deck, because it means that when she merges her branch, obviously that's going to conflict with my branch, because we're both editing the same assets. And then, you know, you get into the issue where you've got to use the diff tool to work out, you know, what's been changed, what's clashing, and then you have to work out which copy you keep, and yeah, it just comes into a bit of a nightmare. So we just use, you know, human communication. I tell her, don't touch CDEC, and then she knows like not to touch CDEC and anything she's doing. And then when she does a commit, she'll look at the list of files that have been edited, and if like the CDEC level file, or most usually the persistent level file, she'll just remove those. So she'll revert the changes on those files, so that when she pushes her branch, she knows for sure that those files are not being added to the commit, which means that when I do a merge on my side, I'm not getting files that have, you know, undergone changes that we don't want, basically, if that makes sense. So yeah, there's definitely some you know, coordination between developers that's needed. Okay, so CDEC. So that's all done. That's all done. They've all got panels. That's all done. All the windows are done. The doors are done. So we need to do that video screen, and we need to do, where was it? That floor and bulkhead. Good question, CSI. So we were talking about this on our long ass 5-6 hour drive from Great Yarmouth down to Somerset. So we're very, very keen to do rapid fire patches once the demo has gone live. We don't want to be sitting on these patches for months and months and months like we have been. I've said it before, we completely dropped the ball with this update. It's taken a year to get to the point we're at, where we're just finally ready to start pushing this out. It's been over a year now, and that's just a massive fail on our part. We added too much to a patch, and not just too much to do, but also too much that broke what was already there. So a lot of this patch has been fixing stuff that was already working before we decided to update it. So it's just been a dropped ball all around as far as I'm concerned. So we want to split up future patches into just a couple of main deliverables, some fixes, and maybe a couple of ancillary tiny things that we add to them. We want to allow for a little bit of feature creep, because that's where inspiration has room to take place. Again, the example I always use is the chairs that you can roll around in. That's one of those little feature creeps that was just a flash of inspiration, a 3 a.m. decision, and it turned out to be a winner. So we don't want to restrict development so much that it curtails just those moments of inspiration that might generate something fun. And also it keeps the development itself fun, because if you make the development too strict, it becomes too boring, too much of a chore, and then you start hating what you're doing, because rather than working on the fun stuff that you want to work on, you're just stuck in the drudgery of just doing what you have to do for the patch. So to answer your question, 226, we're going to try and limit it to the NPCs on the bridge, of which there will be 2. So you'll have the helmsman and the science officer. Those 2 NPCs will be spawnable and unspawnable by interacting with those particular chairs. And then building the method of interaction to issue commands and interact with those NPCs, which will also involve a redoing of the holo display, because it means the holo display needs to be interactive. So you need to be able to target an object on the holo display, look at the helms person and say plot a course here, or look at the science officer and say scan this target. So we need to have that interaction between the NPCs and the command staff via the holo display, and obviously via looking at NPCs and pressing an interact key. That's the main thing for the next patch. But surrounding that, I also want to finish the bridge ceiling a little bit more. So I want to rip out the dome, replace it with a window, do the ring for the holo display, maybe redo the bridge floor so it's got tiles and bolt holes and that sort of thing. So generally speaking, 226 is going to be a bridge refresh, not a full rebuild, but just a refresh, and the NPC interaction. And then, other than some fixes, we'll call it done for 226. So we really, really, really want to just do a couple of things, release the patch, and then move on to the next one. So 227, I really would like to get sublight engines done, so that we can fly around and collide with stuff. That is going to require a change to how the Galaxy works, and that's kind of like the Galaxy 2.0 refresh, because we need to be able to have objects like celestial objects exist in their own right rather than being attached to a shared anchor point. So that's quite a big change for the Galaxy, and I'm a little bit nervous about that, because that might extend the patch quite a bit, working on that. Yeah. Not orbiting planets yet, because if planets are... Oh, thank you, Claire. Didn't realise I wasn't, but no one's been messaging me, so we're all good. There's been no pings that I'm aware of. But yeah, so 227 is going to be sublight, wormholes, and yeah, all that. We really need to sit down and like map out maybe 4 or 5 patches ahead and have a clear picture of what we're doing with those, because I do also want to do a test for being able to do planetary landings. So I'd like to get to the point where we're teleporting down to a surface. We won't do shuttles yet, because shuttles is going to be quite a big patch. So it's going to involve being able to seamlessly teleport the player to another location, and then A, have that be something you can fly around, and then B, get the thing you can fly around into another location. So there's a lot of complexity there which needs to be worked out. So when we do the planetary landings update, we are just going to teleport to the surface for now. We'll just do a range check just to make sure that the ship's close enough for that to be viable. We also want to do role-based gameplay, and this is one of the things that we were discussing in the car on the way home, is we really want to start implementing all of the role stuff which is going to be, you know, part of the main game, you know, when we're ready to go to early access. So it's better that we do that sooner rather than later. So if we implement crew roles at least in name only in a patch, so that you'll actually have an assigned position aboard the ship, and an assigned crew quarters even aboard the ship, and a crew roster for the ship. So if we can get that done reasonably soon, then that kind of paves the way for everything that follows, such as like jobs boards and all the rest of it. So before we can do any of those things, we need people to be in their role, and for that role to be, you know, something which is rather formally assigned to them. I think the biggest thing moving forward with these patches is going to be constantly assessing what needs to be done and what order it needs to be done in, to make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse too much. We've done a bit of that, so we need to make sure that doesn't happen, and just make sure that we spend as much time developing core systems, and developing the core systems is sorely needed. I mean, there's a lot of core systems we're going to need to support all the gameplay, but building core systems is kind of a lot of behind the scenes work that people don't see, and it's I won't say boring for players and backers, but it's one of those things where it doesn't really give a lot to people that currently have access to the test builds, because all the core systems are doing is just expanding what the game's capable of in the background. It's not really giving the player anything new to play around with. So we want to balance that with new stuff to do, whilst also making sure we work on the core systems, so that there are balancing acts all the way along the line. I've lost track of what the original question was, but yeah. Galaxy 2.0, yes, at some point soon, because a lot of the things that we want to do, like wormholes and the ability to just collide with stuff in space, requires Galaxy 2.0. So space stations will probably come before shuttles, around about the same time as we do planetary landings, because from a code perspective, the ability to transition to a planetary surface is in fact no different than transitioning to a space station or another ship, because what you're doing is you are you're generating a separate static environment to put the player in, and then just transitioning the player to that environment as seamlessly as you can. So whether it's a station interior or a planetary surface, really it's no different in terms of the methodology. So that's an example of one of those core systems that once we've got the core system done for being able to generate essentially an infinite number of static environments in dynamic locations, then we're set for planetary landings and alien derelicts and all that stuff as well, because it's all basically working off of the same ability to take the player and put them somewhere else. And then we need to work on the code to procedurally generate a mostly tile-based interior for alien structures. Yeah, so when we make the rolls, we'll probably make them in parallel. So again, going back to development of a core system. So the core system in that example is the ability for the player to have a role. So it doesn't really matter what that role is or how many roles there are, just the ability for the player to have one, and for that to be represented in the game world and to be visible to other players in multiplayer, and all the other bits and pieces that are needed, and indeed for that role to have a central location on the ship where their jobs board will be located. So all of the roles will get that at the same time. So when we do the patch that adds crew roles, it will be all of them. When it comes to role-based gameplay, I imagine engineering and science will be the first two. And we'll probably have things like the ability to use an engineering tool to repair a thing on the ship will be one of the first things we add. And then from a science perspective, the ability to perform some kind of analysis on a physical item that you've picked up. So that will involve some kind of machinery that you have to put the item in. I think those will be the first things we do, and then the other roles will stem from there. When we do internal security, I think the first thing we'll probably build is a shooting range, so at least you can have a weapon and use it in a meaningful way. Cooking, we'll probably just have it so production of raw materials will probably be the first thing we do. The organic 3D printers and the ability to print out produce. There's a few examples there of the kind of things we can do with that. But we'll take that as it comes, as we build it. So when we build alien stations, so the idea with those is we want basically random derelicts in space. Some of them will be ships, some of them will be stations, and we want those to be like mini dungeons almost. So using the Diablo series as an example, when you go into a dungeon in Diablo, it's always different. It's procedurally generated. It might have a similar tile set that you've seen before, but the layout's going to be completely different. And we're going to take that approach with our procedural alien stations and derelict ships. Getting to them will be the same as getting to planets, in that you'll have to fly a shuttle across to them. So there'll be no docking the main ship with those objects. They'll have their own little hangar bay, and you'll take the shuttle in there, and we'll handle the transition that way. So when you exit the shuttle, you are exiting into what is a static environment, whereas when you're in the shuttle, what you're seeing is a proxy for that object. So there's a transition there which needs to happen. The initial implementation of both planetary landings and alien structures would be by way of having a shuttle parked in the shuttle bay, and you'll just click on the shuttle, which will teleport you to that location. So we'll do that bit first before we build the shuttles, because we want to be able to, I guess, get the bigger thing done first. I mean, shuttles are going to be complex and a big challenge, but getting those locations established means we can start building them and working on that gameplay without shuttles being needed, which means we can work on shuttles in the background while still having, you know, players be able to go and explore things in space. Again, it's that balancing act of core systems versus things to do. Yeah, command roles are an interesting one, and one of the biggest challenges with a few roles is how do we give the player enough interesting things to do, you know, consistently, you know, during the course of a play session. With the command staff, it's slightly different because you are actively involved in, you know, commanding the ship, so you don't need things to do as such because you are actively always, you know, telling the ship where to go, telling NPCs what to do, you know, etc., etc. But during, you know, gaps in that, we want to do things like, you know, write a log entry, answer a call from Earth, you know, perform some admin task. We want to keep it kind of realistic and relevant to the role of a captain or a commander. So to be honest, we'll probably engage people that do that for real, you know, on real naval vessels, and get some idea of, you know, what do they do all day. They don't just sit there in the captain's chair issuing orders, you know, they have other things to do, and I'm sure paperwork's probably, you know, one of the bigger ones. I'm sure it's not the glamorous role everyone thinks it is. Yeah, we'll definitely have the ability to bring up and manage crew rosters. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Right, let's get that floor panel done. So this one needs to go to B deck interior floors. So get rid of that. Then we need C deck template. And interestingly, I don't think I've actually made a straight version of this. Wonder why. If we take those ones there, make them unique. Get rid of that. Paste that in there. Okay. Yeah, crew appraisals, that's another thing captains can do. Although I guess if I was captain, I'd probably get the XO to do that, because that's something I was never a fan of. Performance reviews. I hate doing performance reviews. I think I need a bit more room than that. So what I'm doing here is I'm just measuring out the like the underfloor support. And normally it would be this distance away, sort of keeping it consistent across the ship. But that crosses the boundary of the 2 floor tiles, so I need to move it forward a bit. But I need to leave enough room there to do the little foot on the end. So I think it's 5 centimeters gap plus a 0.4 chamfer. So if I leave a gap of 6, that should be enough. So that should be 6 centimeters there, 6 centimeters there. And then that pops onto there. And then we'll just join those up arbitrarily. And then because I can't be bothered to do it twice, we shall flip it. Where's reverse faces gone there? Oh yeah, it's a good point actually. There is actually an animation for eating / drinking for the cat, so yeah, we definitely need to kind of employ that. Hang on, let's have a look a minute. Which one did I use? Was it the Animalia one, or was it the other one? I think it was this one. Sorry, Claire's not here right now. So I do believe we have got an animation. Somewhere. Yeah, there we go. That's weird without the cat. Okay, so yeah, we definitely do have that. So what I'll do is, at some point, I will add a bowl as a point of interest, so that the cat will return to the bowl every now and then. Bacon tongue, yum. we get rid of that and that. Pop them in there. Okay. It's a game of spot the random vertice. Okay, what's it not liking here? I see some weird hidden geometry there. Yeah, I don't see why not, Anasi. So the way the system works, so this is for repair tasks mostly. So if we turn on the ceilings, you'll see that each one of these lights also has a repair location. Not sure where I'm seeing it. Where is it? Should be there. So where is that? Right below. So none of these have been repositioned since we redid any of this. So I think right now it's probably using the wrong texture. Okay, yeah, so I won't mess with it, but the construction script is hiding that at the moment. But basically, every light in the game has this child actor associated with it, and that is a fixable point of interest. So all of these point of interests are registered with the NPC system, so the NPC knows where they are. Now, right now, it's all the way down there, so if I kind of raise that up a bit. So, you know, for the lights themselves, the fixable location needs to be underneath the light. So if we go back to there, so you can see its anchor point obviously is on the deck above, and then if we highlight the child actor, that's where the fixable location is. Yeah, I don't have the debug option on there at the moment because I've been redoing all of this, but that is a point of interest. Now, if we had something like a prop that has a point of interest associated with it, then obviously that's then dynamic. So what would happen is the cat bowl would have that dynamic point of interest which inherits the location of the bowl itself. So if you pick that bowl up and move it, then every time the cat queries its associated bowl, it will know where that is, because obviously you've moved it and the point of interest is now somewhere else. So it will path to that new location. As long as the bowl is somewhere that's a valid location pathing wise, the cat will make its way there. And then when it detects that it's within range of the bowl, it will then play the drinking animation. Nice and simples. So I think on these ones I exported them as two separate meshes, and I guess I'll do the same on this one as well. So is that 35? So 60 to there, 60 to there. Okay, so they should look balanced out once it's actually in place, and then we should have enough room there to do the support underneath. So that, however, needs to be fixed. Same on this side, yes, of course. Hey Dustin, good to see you. Okay, so with these ones then, let's get rid of some of these bits that we don't want. C deck. What ceiling is that? C deck. But I don't have them turned on. Yeah, so with these ones, I did them as separate meshes, and I think I made my life harder because I'm having to negatively scale one of them to fit the hole. So I think what I'll do with the other one is I'll just combine these two into a single mesh. for simplicity's sake. So that means we're going to want to get rid of that, that, and that. Get rid of all of that. And that. And that. Potentially, Anasi, I need to have a look at how that's going to work. I think the way that system eventually gets built, and I'll reassess when it comes to it, is that we will run nodes down the corridors, and then each one of those nodes is basically a data point which will track things like air pressure, air temperature, air quality, basically anything to do with that volume of space aboard the vessel. So if you imagine like each one of these is going to be one node, then when it comes to triggering effects on floor and wall panels, so here for example, so if this node here, so this segment of the corridor is on fire, then obviously this panel, that panel and that panel, all three of them, including the ceiling, need to be taking damage from the fact that this segment is on fire. Now you're right in that. How does that apply to this? So we will assign meshes to a segment. So what we'll do is we'll place a node in its place within the segment, and then we'll tell that node what its neighboring nodes are. So we'll connect it to the one next to it, and we'll connect it to the next one down the corridor so that things can spread from node to node, and then we'll tell it which actors around it should be sending messages to, i.e. damage. So this panel, for example, and this floor piece here will probably be connected to this node, because obviously we want to make sure that the bulkhead doesn't transfer anything through it. So from that perspective, yes, these two pieces of flooring do need to be separate actors in the world so that they can receive damage separately if the bulkhead is closed. Because really the bulkhead needs to be a specialty node that has flags as to whether or not it allows things to pass. So the node here will obviously be connected to the node here downstream, and vice versa the other way. So if this is on fire, then these pieces need to be affected by this bit, but not these pieces, because when the fire message reaches this node, if the door is blocked, it will refuse to pass the message on to the next node down the line, therefore blocking the spread of fire. Yeah, so that's a very long-winded answer to your question, but yes, the simple answer is yes, they do need to be separate, but for the sake of getting this update out, I will keep them as one object for now. I'll file that under cursing myself in the future when I have to redo it. Although it's not much to redo, just chop one half off. And floors, because we need to steal some bolts. To be honest, that's another example of one of them core systems that we need to start implementing. So we'll probably dedicate a patch to dealing with all of the like ship-borne stuff. So things like fire spread, air quality, air pressure, the ability for a section to be in vacuum, all that stuff will probably get added all at once, because the same underlying system is responsible for all of it. And probably also, I don't know whether this will be the same or a separate system. It kind of makes sense to really group it together. But we also want the lighting along the corridors to be aware of what lighting is next to it, so that we can do things like we can have tracer effects running down the length of a corridor. So if the evacuation alarm is called, then we want to direct the crew to the lifeboats. And the best way to do that is to have lights chasing down corridors. So it's important for each light to know, which light is next in the sequence. Or indeed which floor panel is next in the sequence, because I also want floor-based lighting as well. So eventually on these floor panels we will have like just LED lights embedded into the carpet, or whatever material we're using. So we'll have lights there. So if the ship is under emergency power, we'll have lights on the floor as well. If as I say, the evacuation order is given, then the lights will chase down the floors towards the evacuation points. So we need all of that stuff. And if we have that segment-based node management system that knows, this floor needs to light up now, and then the next floor that needs to light up is this one, it will pass that message to the next node, and then that node says, right, I'll tell my floor to light up then. And indeed also the ceiling if need be. So we can be passing those messages all around the ship from central trigger points. So we could have, say, like this one here, for example. This could be a master node. So when you begin triggering a cascading light sequence, this is the node that picks up that message, and then these nodes are basically slave nodes. So that one goes, right, I'm triggering the message, so it picks it up there, there, and there, and so on. But also like that way as well. So we'll trace the message out, and then if this is, say, another master node, then when the message reads this one, it then gets sent out, in different directions. So we can have that message that begins here propagate through the corridors by passing through all these nodes. So we can use those for different things aboard the ship, which again is why it was so important that we moved to this segment-based layout, because then we can do those kinds of things. everything from flashing lights to damage to fire spread to vacuum control, poison, diseases. Like, if there's a pathogen spreading throughout the ship, the nodes can manage that as well. So that, the pathogen could be here, and then after 10 minutes the pathogens move to like here and just slowly spreads down the corridors. Having that node / segment based approach really just gives us so much opportunity to make cool gameplay elements. Yeah, you'd basically pre-program that, so you tell them in advance, what the sequence is. The nodes are like a background system, so they're not something that would be represented in the game world. So they're there to basically each segment of the corridor, and indeed rooms as well. These are like an isolated piece of ship, and they are self-managed. So like if the ship receives damage, then we'll draw a sphere at the point where the ship is damaged, and then that sphere will intersect with these nodes, and then the sphere that's causing the damage will tell the node, right, you've just received X amount of incoming damage, and then that node will then tell its connected wall panels and things, right, take this much damage. So it's like a cascading series of nodes. It'll get ever more granular as it goes down. But once we've done this and we've implemented that system, it means we then have kind of full control over causing things to happen around the ship. Something like, just as an example. So let's imagine that you've brought an alien plant aboard the ship, and that alien plant is infected by some insect or other. Now, using something like a particle effect, we could spread like creepy crawly insects all across the corridors without having to spawn thousands and thousands of individual objects, because we can have the node say this segment of corridor is currently infected with creepy crawlies, and it will just spawn them as you approach. And then if you use, say, a flamethrower as internal security to clean out those creepy crawlies, then that segment is then healed of creepy crawlies, and then you just go and heal all of them with your flamethrower tool, for example. So that one system just gives us so much flexibility, which is great. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, good night, CSI. Have a good one. Yeah, so yes, we do want for captains and things to be able to customize alert sequences. So in your example, if someone wants blue alert, then yes, they can do a blue alert. Except the way that customization would work, you'd have simpler options. Like you'd have something like lights on steady, lights flash for X amount of seconds and then go steady, or lights trace down corridors. So the direction of trace and how the lights trace will be pre-programmed, because that's how the nodes all talk to one another. The triggering of the trace for a particular alert state would be something that the player has control over. So basically it will just be a flag. Does this alert mode do traced lighting or not, essentially. But the the node system and the way they all communicate together is going to be like a core system within the game code, so it's not something that will be exposed to players directly. Okay, this thing. We will get this done. So what would this be? This would be ring 1, 2, 3. Ring 3, floor panel. Ring 3, floor panels, import. Okay. Give it some rubber. Give it some carpet. And give it some shiny bolts. Nice simple collision. And a socket. Which I shall have two facing both directions just to make sure it's gonna snap. Being on the right level helps. Did you crash on me? Thought I was going to have to get across with it then. Thanks, Dennis. I'll see if I can figure out what's going on with that. It's probably something simple. I imagine it might be the material slot name not being right. Have a good one, Binary. C deck, ring 3, bulkhead. And there we go. That's more like it. And I've got that one as well. So I think, so across the entirety of C deck, I think that's every single floor panel done. So yay for that. I'm sure Claire will be pleased to hear that too. And oh, I can copy them across. And we only need 2 more wall panels. So yay for that too. And at some point, I also need to do another capture of the deck layout so that we can do the map. So obviously, C deck looks very different to what it used to. Right, so we bring in the framework for walls. Yeah, that one. And then we grab our template. I think for the sake of setting this up, hang on a minute, didn't I smooth them off? Oh, I did. Oh, autosave. Why is it not precisely lined up? Right, so this version of the doorway is a little bit nicer than the old one, because it's got the chamfering around the edge and everything. Actually, I just realised that's not actually set to be a component, which it should be, because we want to make sure that any future changes we make to this get copied across to this one. Hey, Spearmint Magpie, all good, thank you. Mostly working on finishing touches right now. Right, so we need to chop off that basically without breaking the wall. So if we grab all of that, but then not these bits. Didn't go too badly. And then we can join that back up, and join that back up. Then we can get rid of that bit, that bit, sort them out. Right, okay. So just check the distances on that. So it's exactly 155 to there. Good, good, good. And then exactly 195 to there. Right, so we need to make ourselves a small cutting tool. So if we explode that and that, drop that down to there. that basically gives us the entire chamfered area masked off. So that's our mask for cutting the door holes. Didn't want to extract all of that, to be fair, but there we go. Pop that in there, make that a group, and then rotate that around. Thank you, Firstus. Yes, the Clarimus unit does indeed need chocolate. She had a busy weekend, a busy and tiring weekend. She needs chocolate to get over it. Tidy this up a minute. So that needs to go in the B deck floors level, or layer rather, just to get it out the way. Make sure that's bang on where it needs to be. Right then, so we need basically turn that into the template. Those bits. So, if memory serves, we wanted 30 as our radius, and then give us 8 segments. No, must have been 10. That didn't look like quite enough. Yeah, like it. Right, so that's the path that we're going to use for the panel. Weld that up. And then we start extruding. So I've gone with like the smallest radius I can, whilst not having the corner overlap itself. It does mean that the door panel, so obviously the door panel is going to be here, which is actually, you know, inside of this curve. So we're going to have to do some kind of an indent to fit in the door panel, but that's not the end of the world. I shan't cut up any of these meshes yet until we've done the door hole. should definitely be easier to do this one than it has been the others because it's straight. Right, so there's the basic layout. Now we just need to chop a giant hole in it. Measured the height of that. Clearly I didn't. Right, where was the edge? There. So that should be bang on that all the way around. Yippity yep. And then we'll drop that below the floor a bit. Doesn't need a bottom on it. Right then, so this is where I've got to get my brain around all the different layers of panel and how wide the cut needs to be. Again, this one should be easy because it's all completely straight. Right, so first and foremost, that is where the rubber is going to go, which means the white panel is going to be 5 centimeters away from that and inverted. So if we cut that one out, pop it in there, intersect it, cut that bit. Right, so that's the white panel done. Obviously I still need to cut the curve on that, but I'll do that last. Right, so what's next? So the spacer material, that one would be a 6 centimeter gap, so bring that out to 6 centimeters. Again, reverse the face. That out. We want that on that bit there. Make it the right colour for good measure. Okay, that's that one. And just pull that bit out. So that should be a 1 centimeter gap around there. That's good. Okay. Next. To be honest, the railing should be quite simple, so let's do that one as well. So we take the width of the white panel, and then we pop that on there. Do that, and then we know that that's always 3 centimeters shy of the edge of the panel, which is there and there. And we can do the same for this one. Again with the right color. And then this one's always 5.5 from the edge of the panel. Okay, that's those two done. So now we just need to do the wooden bit, which needs to be, so we're going to have backing to that. Actually, we don't actually need to with this, do we? Because it's not a curved surface, so we can just position it where we want it, which would be there. Right, so for the wooden one, we need 2 centimeter width, which needs to go out to there. So I think I'm just going to take the whole thing, explode it, paint it, and then intersect it. So that one, that one. Oh, actually, I also need to remember this one has floor height. Actually, not even floor height, is it? Because it's there. So that needs to go level with that, as does this one. Level with that edge, which means I should be able to just chop that bit off now without disrupting the back bit, and that bit should just pop out. So that gives us our wooden trim. Let's get rid of an extra face there we don't need. Arguably the more complicated one, because so we need, yes, we do need that, because that's the back there, and then that needs to go another 0.5 centimeters away, and then it also needs to come out actually no. Yeah, so actually no, this one needs to come forward 0.5 because the rubber goes round it like that. face faces that way, that one goes that way. Okay. Floor level, as does that one, and that one. Right, so if we chop that bit off, then what we should be left with is, right, so we don't want that or that, or that, or that. Oh no, we do want that one. It hasn't quite dissected, so we'll just do that manually. Which means we don't want that or that. Or that, or that. Or that. Okay, that should be it done. So we've got, apart from the bit we've lost there, of course. Hang on, let me just fix that bit. We've missed an edge there somewhere. If we make that a component, then we can copy it up out of the way and see what extra attention it needs. Oh, I see what I've done. Alright, no, that was me. So yeah, so that face needs to come in 0.5 and be reversed, which means we don't need that face, or that face, or that face. Okay, so we don't need that. We don't need that. Or that, or that. So that can go, and that can go. Right, that's more like it. Because the rubber backing wraps around the wooden trim. So Okay. Sorry, I've been so focused on this, I've not been looking at the chat, as always. Yeah, if someone could just send us Star Citizen's budget, that would be great, thanks. Remove that back face on there, because when I round all this off, it's going to try and round off the back bit as well, which never goes well. Okay, should have just about squeezed in there. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, handrails done, wooden backing done, rubber backing done. So the only thing I have left to do now is just to round off these edges here, which, given the angle we're at, should be fairly straightforward. So we just need to go across there and across there. Oh, see, now I can't remember. What size of a curve we put on that. I think it was 25 centimeters, but I shall double check on a different panel. So I need to reverse those. Let's make that into a group. Give me another panel. C-deck interior walls. Spot a door frame. Oh, there's one. Right, so that was a radius of 20, not 25. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 segments. And I will check this one just to make sure this is also 20. Yeah, great, okay. 20 and 10. So 20 and 10 segments. Oh, and actually while I'm at it, I shall do do an offset of this for the other one as well behind it. So I always forget to do the backing. Right, move that over there. Flip it round. Get interrupted by autosave. On, yes, thank you, bolts. There's always more bolts. I'll do this one first because it's easier. Let's just component that up a minute. Yeah, there's always a bigger bolt. I'm just going to disappear for 5 minutes to take a bathroom break, but I shall be back. See if my be right back button works. I was just laughing at your comment, Firstus. I think that's the first time I've ever had to take a bathroom break on stream. Not bad considering I normally do 4-hour streams. Must be getting old. Or because I'm drinking beer, probably. Oh, I'm out of breath now. So obviously because I'm in the dev shed, every time I need the toilet, I gotta like run across the whole garden to get to it. Okay, almost done. What's the best way to do this? I did actually make a template for this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So that goes from there to there. It doesn't. Goes to there. Yeah, you're right. It does look like it needs more than 4. And I think maybe another couple around here. we do have, we did have some vertical bracing there, but we don't anymore. What's going on here? So this is a result of having that curve intersected there. Yeah. Nightmare. What I'll do is, rather than try and fix that problem, I'll fix this problem instead. So if we connect that to the so we can probably get away with just reconnecting that. Maybe. It's definitely not the cleanest geometry in the world. I suppose the other thing we can do, instead of doing that, another plan. So before I go ahead and intersect those, let me just try and do this geometry again. Right, that's a bit better. Still got some tidying up to do around here, but that's not having a hissy fit like the other one. Right, and now we'll just go ahead and recut through the bolts. Hopefully these will not cause any issues because it's on a flat face. So far so good. Hey Gayfish, how you doing? All good here, thank you. Right, that should be all of that done. Just wondering, do we have a face weighting plugin that we can install? Will I ever spell anything accurately? Basically no. So because we've got all this weirdness around here, basically SketchUp works with n-gons, so that's not a polygon, it's a many-gon. But with smoothed edges it messes up the normal, so it's basically auto triangulating in the background, and the normal direction isn't consistent, which is why you get these like dents and bends in the mesh. Of course it's not physically like that, it's just the way the normals are facing. So doing face weighted normals clears all that up lovely, but SketchUp doesn't do that. I was just hoping there'd be a plugin that makes it do that, but apparently not, so I'll do it in Unreal as I always do. So ring 3, wall panels. Let's be specific with it. Okay. And this is where it starts to look pretty. Right then, so we copy that there, and then we want bulkhead 250. Nice. Look, all these panels are mirrored. That's good. Those are mirrored too. Are there any that aren't mirrored? So that'll be because I mirrored the snapping guide underneath, so they inherit the scale. Annoyingly. Right, so I just want to make sure we sort the normals out on this one. Go around this actually, because that's another new mesh. And there we go. That will do nicely. So I suppose that leaves us with just one more panel needed, aside from maybe here. That's probably going to want a small one in there. Fortunately, because this is all straight, it's all really easy. So that's a standard panel, which means that in actual fact this one can go here. Okay, so it's basically a 2-meter door. So we need to leave room for the control panel. So if we say so 155 would be 310, which is the width of the corridor itself. That should be, yeah, it's bang on the width of the corridor. So we don't want it to be quite that wide. So what's that? So that's 125. So if we say at least 30 for the panel, so we got 100 there, so 105 for the frame, extra 30, so that's 135, an extra 5 on the other side, that's 140. So if we go 150, might be a bit of an overkill. So that means it's a 3-meter panel. Well, I suppose the bigger question is, does the door need to be 2 meters wide? That is a big door. So the lift door is 150, I believe. Yeah, so you're 150. Crew quarters doors should be 120. Yeah, they're 120. Yeah, I'm just thinking, because this is the obviously the drone or probe room, and we're never going to be bringing a probe / drone out of the door, only raw materials. So it does need to be the biggest door we have. So bulkheads are 2 meters, but then they've got a lot of space for a panel, whereas we really don't want panels wider than 2.5 meters if we can help it. So if we, alright, so if we do 125 for the panel, which should be that, right, so that's equal to there. And then if we bring that in by 25, gives us a door, an overall door width of 150. It's 1.5 meters, which is the same as the lift entrance, basically, and the same as these ones. So basically, all of the that's 150. So all of the doors on the ship, which are kind of work doors. So the engineering doors, the science labs, doors into public spaces, they're all going to be 150 wide. Whereas the crew quarters are smaller, they'll be 120. And I expect the bathroom will probably be smaller again, maybe 100. So yeah, so I think making this door the same width as the other science rooms works. Yeah, which means we need a spacer panel there, and that spacer panel would be 80 centimeters, which is not the end of the world. What we can probably do to make life even easier is steal an existing panel. Where are my straight ones? Out there. So we nick this panel, and make it unique, then we can go for a quick win. Let's get rid of some of these floor panels a minute. C-deck floors can go. Keep the template because we need that. Hey, Game Research. Yes, so I've got an interesting problem with megalights in that when I enable megalights, performance goes down, which is obviously converse to what they're supposed to do, and it's because like not all of the lights have ray tracing shadows enabled, and obviously megalights only work on ray tracing compatible cards. So we do have an issue there where we can't basically force the player base to only have ray tracing capable cards because technology hasn't quite moved forward enough yet for that to be the norm. I mean, most like 20 series plus cards have RTX on the Nvidia side. I'm not sure on the AMD side. But there are still plenty of people that don't have ray tracing support, so it makes enabling megalights awkward. What I need to find out is how well megalights works enabled on cards that don't support ray tracing, because as I understand it, it should just work as before. But you then have to go through the process of disabling shadows on those assets. So it's not quite as simple as just turning it on and off. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I haven't been experimenting with the latest and greatest in ray tracing hardware or technologies because simply for the fact we're not using them yet. We will be, but not yet. Like the first thing we enable would definitely be Lumen, because that is something that's needed desperately, in fact. And megalights should make that even better as well, and even more performant. Right, so if we make that unique, then that's not a component, which means I can just grab it and move it. You go to there. Again, not a component. Oops, roll there. Actually, I should have taken note of how much that was moving, so I don't have to measure the other ones. So 170. So technically, if I move everything else 170, we should be onto a winner. $170. Obviously, this one needs to include the bolts. I'll just make sure it's not a component, which means we can move it safely. 170. 70. And 170. Right, there we go, a Diddy version of that panel. And of course we need the axes to be over here. And the same with this one. Because of course they're not lined up perfectly. Why would they be lined up perfectly? Should be it done. Nice quick one. So ring 3 wall panel straight 80 centimeters. See you, air bikes, have a good one. And you are very welcome. Like I said, we do it because we love it. It's been quite a quiet stream tonight, actually. I don't think we've had much over 80 concurrent viewers. I think most people expected us to not be streaming. So it's, yeah, stealth stream. I'm actually going to hide the label on these guys here in favour of showing the label on the door frame instead, because there won't be a cavity behind these little spacer panels, so the label's not actually needed. Don't think we need those ones anywhere else. Oh, we do need these though. Ooh, calm down, camera. Right, so that's both sides done then. Right, let's re-export that so we get a smaller door. Ah yes, so it has. Yeah, Jonesy shouldn't be able to get out now. So when I did the nav mesh last, I didn't include the outer hull there. So there is no nav mesh out there. There is, however, a nav mesh here. So he shouldn't go like beyond this bit. But cats will be cats. What is the file name? So Ring 3 Framework Select F-Walls. Ring 3 F tag, that one. Yes, I need to update the bulkhead on the other side as well, because this one has a much nicer edge than this one. So I'll move that while I'm here. This is something I made while I was sat there at the con. I thought, wouldn't it be funny if it made random knots at the end? So I made it do so. So it like literally looks like someone's tied it to the bulkhead. To be honest, that one needs to come down a bit. I'll do for now. every single panel on the ship will have a unique ID. It's part of how you find your way around the ship. So you know that this one will be like C deck, ring 3, panel 1 or whatever. So at least you know whereabouts on the deck you are just by looking at the panel numbers. We'll also have the maps, obviously, but the panel numbers tell you like precisely where you are on the ship. Maybe. I was going to do a panel there, but I think I'll leave this one panelless so that we've got something to tie the barrier tape onto. Which means that should be the last thing we need to do on C deck, right there. Unless I can see anything else I've missed. Yeah, so ceiling panels is an interesting one because we have, so the new ceiling panels are more three-dimensional. They come down further, they got more of a drop, they got much nicer bolts and things on them, and they've even got actual wires connecting things together. So you can see there you've got a wire plugged into the LED strip. Like, no one's ever going to see that, but I know it's there. Versus the old ones, which are very flat and not really realistic looking. So yes, I do need to roll the new panels out across the entire ship. However, we are out of time now, so I'm not going to do that for the demo updates. But I will leave these ones here just to demonstrate the direction we're heading in with them. So this is how good they should all look eventually. And where we're absent panels, I've just got fake lights in there. Now that is something I was going to do actually. I was going to check the light positions in here just to make sure that they're all lined up properly. Did I miss some? Surely not. I wonder if I put those on a different level by mistake. I have to dig them out. Yeah, these should all be lit up. Well, funnily enough, there is an Unreal thing you can get. I think it's by Microsoft actually, that actually works out acoustics within a space. So it draws like little grids over everything and works out which direction the sound would bounce in and what surfaces would absorb and which would bounce. It would be fascinating to try that out on this to see what kind of an acoustic response we get. But I'd be well up for that. I'll have to try and remember what it's called. I think it might even be like a built-in engine plugin. Could be that. Don't know. I'll have to have a look into it and see which one it is. Let's get rid of some of these tabs. Okay. Well, I think on that note, we've passed the 4-hour mark, and I'm sure Claire wants to get to bed, so we shall call it there, and I shall put this out as a build, and you can all go and explore all the new stuff I added since the Sci-Fi Con. So yeah, so just a quick recap of what we have left to do. Turned off the wrong level, that doesn't help us. So on C deck we have to do the map panel there, of which is copy pasted 4 times. Hopefully that won't take too long. I need to remember the dimensions I used and everything. We do need to regenerate these maps for each deck, because obviously the decks have changed quite a bit. So that's where we are on C deck. On D deck, we just bring this in a minute. Let's get us a floor. Get C deck out of the way. So yeah, on D deck, yeah, I was going to move the door, but for now that can stay as is. Let's get that snap guide back on there. So for the purposes of the demo update, the door can stay where it is. So I'll do a door frame for that. So that's one panel that needs making. Map screen and spacers need making for there. A door frame needs making, which of course copy pastes all the way around. So really that's only 3 meshes for that entire ring, and then the same on the other side. Again, map screen there, a door for there. Or actually, we have a door on C deck that we can use there, so that works. Same here, so bathroom and rumba room, basically. Hang on, let's grab that. So we want D-deck snap guides, D-deck interior walls. Right, so this door can actually serve us down here, so that's useful. Make sure that's on D-deck. And the same over here as well. So yeah, I just need to re-export the framework with the actual door hole. So that's nice and handy. What else do we need to do? Yeah, so all the work in progress doors are just there, and they'll just stay there like that. I might go ahead and do these ones as well, just so I can get a final count on how many quarters there are. I'm not doing anything in these outer areas, they can just stay as they are. Yep, just checking there's no weirdness going on there. Yeah, so really it's just a thinner door frame for here, 1 for there, 2 for there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 meshes there. That's already got a bulkhead. That's already got a bulkhead. Okay, so thank you, Cloud. Do you mean these ones, Oni, the big ones? I could certainly block out a spiral. That's not a problem. I've put barrier tape, just advising people that here be bugs. Sure, yeah, I'll stick a spiral in there just so we can make them a usable way of traversing the ship. Because one of the things we need to explore, and I guess we'll do that once we have more going on the ship, is how well it works from a human traffic perspective. So leaving your crew quarters. So let's say your crew quarters is here and you're up on a geology lab on C deck. Obviously you leave your crew quarters, maybe go to the main crew mess over here to get some breakfast or whatever, and then how do you get to your place of work? What is the most efficient route? Generally speaking, I would have thought it would be these side staircases because they go straight up to C deck, and you're practically where you need to be already. But those sorts of things need to be just tested, and we just need to make sure that human traffic flow works well and we don't get bottlenecks, because if there's one thing that will show up bottlenecks, it's the NPCs, because they'll all be trying to crowd to the same place at the same time. So those are just things we can look at. Yeah, it kind of is, to be honest. I mean, again, from the outset, we wanted to simulate a starship and how that starship would truly run, in the environment that we want it to run in. So things like, how do you get from your crew quarters to the crew mess to your place of work? Those are genuine questions that we need to answer, which is really cool. I love that aspect of it, that kind of architectural side of things. But yeah. There's another one there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 wall panels that need to be made on D deck, and the same would be true for E deck as well. And then 2 stairwells need to be modelled on F and G decks. Yes, I shall be going to... Well, I'll be taking a break, having a bit of food, and probably doing a couple more hours, but then, yeah, I will be getting some sleep. Yeah, well, we shall experiment with that and see how we get on. On that happy note, let's go ahead and make sure 84, Windows, shipping profile, package project, in the dev folder. Off we go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the care and the love that you show us. All right, I'm heading off. I shall put the build out as soon as, and then you can all go and take a look at what I've been up to. Obviously, that is for backers only. The public build will be coming out as soon as possible. So close now, so close. Right, have a great week ahead, and I shall see you all on Wednesday. Bye for now.